30 seconds and counting. Astronauts report it feels good. T-minus 25 seconds. 20 seconds and counting. T-minus 15 seconds. Guidance is internal. 12, 11, 10, 9. Ignition sequence starts. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. All engine running. Liftoff. We have a liftoff.
Welcome to Adult Education and Family Literacy Week and the Command Center, hosted by the Coalition on Adult Basic Education. Once a year, educators from all over the country join together with adult learners, community partners, business leaders, legislators, and friends of adult education to amplify their successes. This year, COABE will feature a live Command Center in Washington, D.C. at the Hall of States, which will uplift voices from across the country and all sectors all week long. You don't want to miss the activities, and join us as we speak with adult learners, educators, administrators, employers, and those impacted by our adult education systems across the country. The Command Center will be live streaming all day. You can follow us on the COABE YouTube channel or check out all of the activities for the week at coabe.org. That's www.coabe.org. We are live and welcome to the Command Center for our Thursday and of Adult Education and Family Literacy Week. We have another great day full of wonderful people, great stories, and really excited to be kicking it off with today with Delia Watley. We're going to get to her in 1 second. I know she's in the green room getting prepared. She's putting on her makeup, making sure she looks great, and you look awesome. So I'm really excited about today. We're out of Washington, so the last 3 days we have spent in Washington, D.C. at our Command Center. Today we are in Command Center in Philadelphia, and that's okay because we're going to be getting people from all across the country that'll be sharing their stories and talking about adult education and the importance of adult education across our country, especially this week of Adult Education and Family Literacy Week, which is really what we're celebrating and highlighting. I have to tell you, it's been a remarkable few days. We're looking forward to continuing it, and a big shout out to the Coalition on Adult Education and all of their staff, including Sharon Bonney and everybody from behind the scenes. Has done a great job at coordinating everything, and also a big shout out to all of COABE membership. We've gotten videos and photographs and proclamations across the country from mayors and governors and legislators that are recognizing the importance of adult education, and I'm really excited that to be sharing some of that with you. And just keep watching our website. If you're not on the website, check out www.coabe.org because there are a ton of resources on there, but especially for Adult Education and Family Literacy Week, if you go on the site, you're going to be able to find all of the events and link right into them. So we're excited about that. So I'll be quiet for a second because we have Delia Watley in the house, and I'm going to bring her on. Delia, how are you?
Hi, I'm doing well. I am totally happy to be here and honored that you would choose me to take part in this wonderful event.
We are totally happy to have you. It's great to see you. And why don't you introduce yourself so everybody knows where you're coming from and calling from?
Yes, I am the program director of Irving ISD Adult Education. Irving, Texas is the place where the Cowboys used to play until Arlington took them away from us. But I've been in adult education now for 20 years, after school programs, 4-H clubs, received many awards with the program. We serve over 1,000 students each year, and we continue to be the face of adult education there in Irving, Texas.
I love it. Some great work. When did you get started in adult ed?
Oh my goodness. About 20 years ago, I was in the mall one day, and there was a booth set up, and there was a lady there named Sheila Fernley, and she was recruiting for a program that would teach digital literacy skills to
Wow.
there in Irving, Texas, looking for partnerships and workers and everything. And so when I met, we talked and we discussed, and the passion was there. The next day, I was working there in Irving ISD 20 years ago, and I've been there ever since. We
Awesome.
have since added many, many other programs for these learners in Irving ISD, and it's truly been a pleasure.
Awesome. So we just so you know, so StreamYard, the broadcast platform that we use, I want to make sure we capture every single word that you have to say today because it's awesome and important. But if you have other windows open on your computer, you may want to just close them down just so we make sure we capture everything. So I don't know if you can do that or not. If not, we're going to work through it. It's not a big deal. We're getting 99% of you. I just want to make sure I get 100.
Okay.
How's that? There you go.
Go down. I hope that's better.
Yeah, we should be good.
Better.
So yeah, so I have so much to talk to you about and so many questions. So first of all, the Adult Education and Family Literacy Week is a time to kind of reflect and look back at your successes and the things that you've done really well in your agency and in your work. Are there any stories that really kind of stick out in your mind?
Well, we were honored last year when we received the Dyer Pearl Award from the Barbara Bush Literacy Foundation there in Washington, D.C. I had the pleasure of meeting First Lady Jill Biden, who was there and present. And we were just totally excited and honored to receive that award. But just this week, I'm in, and this may be why there may be some static, I'm at the hotel here in Austin, Texas, because one of our adult ed students just won the Student Scholar of the Year Award here at the TWC conference. And so that's why I'm here. And so, of course, we're celebrating. We celebrated last night, and we also celebrated last week as we were preparing and planning for our Monday event for the Adult Education and Family Literacy Week, along with Constitution and Citizenship Day event, where we had hundreds of students come and rotate through sessions. We had a voter registration drive set up, and one of our students, who was a student with us many years ago and became a citizen of the U.S., she received a job, and that night she actually registered to vote. So she'll be voting in her first
Yay! Woo! That's awesome. So I got this. I received this late last night. Actually, a video. The gentleman's name that won is Eric Vincent Fomo. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So
Yes.
I have the clip that you guys sent us. Can I play it?
Absolutely.
All right. Let me see if I can share my screen and get it out to the audience. So hang in there 1 second. We're gonna show this. It's really kind of remarkable. Hold on. Let's see if we can get this on. There we go. All right, let's here you go. Let's see this award and
It's commonly said that a journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. Eric Vincent Fomo began that journey long ago, but has just reached another milestone.
Good morning to everyone. My name is Eric Vincent. I am from Cameroon. I'm very happy to announce you this morning that I have get a new job.
Mr. Fomo was recently sworn in as an officer with the Texas Department of Corrections. As an adult ed student of Workforce Solutions Greater Dallas Consortium, he attributes the internationally trained professionals class offered at the Irving West Library for helping him learn English.
And this class helped me a lot to improve my English. Today you can say like I am speaking. It's not like that when I arrive.
During his time at Irving ISD's adult education program, Eric was a champion for learning. His strategy to gain better employment was to strengthen his English literacy skills, which included writing professional correspondences, completing complex applications, speaking better in professional and social settings with coworkers, and building listening skills to help him identify key information on forms while in a work environment as well as when listening to instructions. Mr. FOMO has overcome one obstacle after another, and despite already having a degree in his home country of Cameroon, his hunger for knowledge has never ceased.
I want to thank once more my classes, my classmates, our teacher for what he has done for us.
Eric was a student who, without a doubt, would do everything possible to accomplish his goals. He is a prime example that adult education in Texas provides individuals access to a better future.
Once more, I say thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you.
Oh, wow.
Wow, is that awesome or what? Is that great? Hold on one second. Let's stop this. And yeah, is that crazy or what? That's just amazing, good stuff. And congratulations to Eric. Congratulations to everyone there that had any part in that. I first of all, I kept you on the screen during that because the smile on your face could just not get any bigger while you watch that video, and you could see how proud you are. Thank you so much for that, and thanks for sharing the video. A picture paints 10,000 words, not just 1,000, and that just told an entire story. How did you work directly with Eric, or did your agency?
My agency, yes, he attended one of our classes with one of our instructors, Juan Camarillo, and he attended for the first and second session, so that's about 26 weeks. And he was able to learn better English. He had an exam that he had to pass in order to get the new job, and we helped him learn the vocabulary on the test. And he went in and he passed the test. And his teacher flew down to Austin, Texas, there to celebrate with him as he was sworn in.
I love it. That is just so it's so inspiring, and we're going to be showing that throughout the day because it just I think our country needs to see that. They need to see that people that have challenges when it comes to a foreign language and coming to our country, not only can they overcome them, but they can survive and they can thrive, and that is that's remarkable. So tell me a little bit more. We are that I could stop right there. Like if you were in a concert, you just drop the mic and walk off the stage. You'd be perfectly fine there, just leaving it. But what would you like what would you like people in America to know in the country? You know, when it comes to adult education, I think that a part of our job is educating the community and educating the general public, because specifically I don't know that our country knows enough about the work that you do and the awesomeness of some of our students. But what message would you like to share with our country as we celebrate Adult Education and Family Literacy Week?
Well, first, I'd love for them all to open up the National Action Plan for Adult Literacy. That was a plan developed with a lot of stakeholders that were interested in the future of adult education and literacy and bringing awareness. One of the first actions in the plan is to bring about awareness, because a lot of people don't know the learners. They don't know what type learners, the background, the history, where they come from. You know, I mentioned the Adult Education and Constitution Week event the other night. Well, the student who registered to vote to me, and she said, my first words in English I can remember because they were taught to me by my teacher, Miss Vivian Shelton, who's one of our teachers. And that was so emotional to me because she was, really grateful that she had learned her first words in English there at our program. And so it was just something to celebrate. And I really want all of our legislators out there, people that are interested in seeing our economy vibe, because now this student is able to work. She wasn't able to work before, but now she gained her citizenship, and we helped her to pass that exam. We helped folks pass the GED exam, and we know that that could be a way out of poverty for them. So, for anyone looking for the answer to curing poverty, health care costs, prison sentences, and crime, well, guess what? Adult education is the piece that is missing. If we can develop better programs, more programs throughout the state and throughout this country, I think that this world will be a better place.
Yeah. So when are you running for Congress? Well,
Not running, but I'm pushing them.
I love it.
I tell you.
Yeah, we really need to. We need more of your voice up in Capitol Hill and throughout the country. I think it really starts down on the grassroots, as we've just seen with Eric. It really starts in the frontline workers, the frontline people that are trying to get smarter and get the education and skill development. And I'm just curious, real quickly, we were talking about the Barbara Bush Foundation, and I actually met you there. You may not remember, but I met you there when you received the award. So it was a great event. And I know that we continue to push the ball forward. We had the Barbara Bush Foundation on yesterday, and we talked about their new recent project, which is the All In, which is a collaborative of major agencies like COABE and others that are joining together to really meant to create the army, right? To create the army to do the work, and I love it. I'm curious, though, you mentioned digital literacy, and how challenging is digital literacy for your students today?
It's more challenging now than it has been before as we move into the virtual age. And so we know that with COVID, a lot of programs had to provide their services virtually. Well, that was a challenge because many of the students didn't know how to use the computer. And so trying to teach someone to use the computer remotely is difficult in itself. And so now that we are able to bring students in, that's one of the first things that we want to focus on. I'm part of the Dallas County Consortium there with Workforce Solutions Greater Dallas. And so we are developing digital literacy classes throughout to try to get people up to par as far as learning how to use the computer, all the software, and all the many resources that are online for individuals here in our country.
That's a super. I'm really. The Digital Equity Act is coming into play, and we're starting to plan up across the country and seeing great programs. If we wanted to get more information on your program in particular and what's going on in Dallas, what's the best way for our audience to find out about your program?
They can go to our website, irvingisd.net, choose adult education, and you'll see a host of information about our programs, different awards, like the Trailblazer Award that our program won. You'll see all of the sessions, when they start, when they end. All of our sessions are free to all individuals. They don't pay anything. So just go to the website, irvingisd.net.
Awesome. So I have to confess that being from Philadelphia, we have a little rivalry with our friends from Dallas in the football arena. And but today we're going to put it all aside because you guys are doing some great work in Dallas, and really appreciate you. I'm going to end with one last question, and that's this. I've been throughout the week, I've had this ability that I was granted me by COABE to give people a magic wand. So I'm going to give you my magic education wand, and I'd like you to make a wish of what you'd like to see. What's the number one priority you'd like to see changed in adult education in the coming year?
Well, you mentioned digital literacy. To me, when you're having adult education and you have people in rural areas that may not be able to come into programs, because they live far, if we could increase that, and I think the Barbara Bush Foundation is doing a great job. I worked with them on digital literacy, but even TWC at the conference this week that I'm here in Austin, Texas, we are talking about digital literacy skills because we know that that is a major challenge for our adult ed learners. So if I could have them put some money into that and broadband services, I think that would definitely increase our reach to students who need our services.
So one last favor to ask: if you're going to see Eric, can you just give him a big handshake or a hug from us and tell him that it's from everybody that's supporting Adult Education and Family Literacy Week, and let him know that we're all proud of him, and we're going to be showing his video throughout the day, because just a remarkable story. And keep it up. Keep up the great work. Delia Watley she's from Austin, Texas, but she's doing work in Dallas. Thank you so much for joining us, and we'll be chatting soon.
Thanks, Jeffrey. Great to be here.
All right. Take care. So, remarkable, great story. Eric Vincent Fomo, we're going to be sharing out his story of his success story from Dallas, Texas, throughout the week. But we're going to take a quick break. We have another guest coming up at 9:30. So, Literacy Center for Western Michigan is going to be coming up. So, we're looking forward to talking to them. We'll be right back. And we're here at the Command Center in Philly for the Coalition on Adult Basic Education, celebrating Adult Education and Family Literacy Week. So we'll be right back. We are back. We're here at the Command Center for Adult Education and Family Literacy Week, sponsored by the Coalition on Adult Education, and I'm super excited. First of all, big shout out and thank you to Delia Watley from Dallas, Texas, or Irving, Texas, who was just on and shared the great story of Eric Vincent Fomo. Congratulations to Eric. What a success story. And thank you for Delia for all you're doing. You're remarkable. We love having you on. We'll make sure we share your story out throughout the day. And thanks so much. We are blessed. So some of my friends and colleagues know that I spent a part of my educational career, I guess, in law school out in Michigan. So Michigan's got a really special place for me. Despite the fact that I went to Ohio State for undergrad, I still love the state of Michigan. And we're here we're going to be next guest is going to be the Literacy Center of Western Michigan, and we're going to bring Carrie on screen. Carrie, how are you?
I'm great, Jeff. How are you?
I am doing well, and you know what? Like Abramowitz, I'm really super sympathetic to the way you pronounce someone's last name. So why don't you tell us, how do you say your last name? I want to make sure I get it right.
Yeah, it's Matchkuri.
There you go. I love it. So almost as hard as Abramowitz.
It's very new to me as well. It's my husband's last name. We just got married in May. So
yay! Congratulations.
Tell my coworkers how to pronounce my new name.
That's awesome. That's awesome. Thank you so much for joining us today. I know I mentioned that you are with the Literacy Center of Western Michigan, and want to tell us a little about you and how to get into education.
Yeah, actually, so I have a background in social work. I went to Grand Valley State University in West Michigan for social work. And after I finished my degree, I was looking for what I wanted to do. I wanted to work with, refugees and immigrants. And I found an AmeriCorps position with the Literacy Center as an ESL instructor that did not require a background in education. So right from the get-go, working with that population of adult learners, immigrants and refugees really just kick-started my career in adult ed. I went back to get a master's degree. I believe strongly in lifelong learning, so I've been on that journey myself alongside of my learners, practicing being an instructor and now as a full-time coordinator with the Literacy Center for our integrated education and training programs.
So yeah, we're going to talk IET in a minute because I know it's a hot topic around the country, and I do a lot of work in that area. So we'll get there. Tell me about the Literacy Center of Western Michigan. How long has it been around, and how many students do they serve?
Yeah, so the Literacy Center has been around and originally started in Kent County as the Kent County Literacy Council back in the 1980s, but then changed its name to the Literacy Center of West Michigan to reflect its expanding to serve upwards of 5 or 6 counties in West Michigan.
Wow.
So our reach is pretty broad. It started as a tutoring program working with mostly adult basic education learners, but we've really expanded to like the Hispanic population that's here in Western Michigan, as well as the influx of refugees and immigrants coming in from all across the world to our area. We do a family literacy program where we teach parents in their children's schools English. The tutoring program is still going strong, as well as our customized workplace English program that I work with under the IET umbrella, but as well as customized English within the workplace. So we do quite a bit. We serve, I think this year we served around 800 learners.
Wow, that's terrific. So one of the themes that's been running throughout this week is the reality that education, adult education in particular, is not just about an individual learning. It's actually a family project. It's something that a student often has to juggle a lot of different balls at one one time. Sometimes it's children, sometimes it's other barriers that they might have, but it becomes a family project. And integrating the family into that learning process brings a family closer together. It's one of those intangibles that you wish there was like a KPI or outcome for. Like, how much closer is your family today than it was, before you started being a student? And I would bet my house on the reality that 9 times out of 10 those families get closer because of the educational component and bringing people together. Remarkable work. You mentioned integrated education training, and I was wondering, we've talked a lot about it. I've given definition a bunch of times, but I'd love to hear how other people explain it. So tell our audience, what's a integrated education training?
Yeah, so those are trainings that are concurrent English language support alongside workforce training and workforce preparation. So that looks like, for example, for our certified nurse assistant training program, we have an ESL instructor that supports the vocabulary and the concepts that the learners are practicing in their training program, as well as support with resume, cover letter, interview, connecting with employers on site in the classroom. It's really a full spectrum approach to preparing someone for a specific workplace.
It is. So what's nice about it is it makes so much sense. And I always use this analogy because I think it just clicks. If you can imagine a math teacher teaching fractions in or near a carpentry instructor teaching carpentry, and then throw in some career preparedness stuff with that, and you just got the whole puzzle right there. It's like put all the pieces together in one room and make it happen. So I love it. IET across the country is really taking hold. And one of the things I do want to mention is that there's a great toolkit that's out now. In the U.S. Department of Education has a toolkit that was published for IETs, and if you've not checked it out, go onto the links platform. It's lincs.ed.gov, and you'll be able to actually access all the resources there. But it's a wonderful toolkit and gives you everything you want to know about starting and getting an IET off the ground. So, and there's also a second, kind of an addition to that, will be for IET and corrections and the correction and justice setting. So keep an eye out for that. That's on its way. Some great work that's being done. I have a few questions regarding this week in particular. So this is a week of messaging. We've been up in Capitol Hill. We've been locally. We've been seeing mayors and governors and state legislators. What's the message from Michigan that you'd like to share with your legislative staff, your legislators, as well as legislative staff that are looking or considering the importance of adult education?
Yeah, and I think especially right now when we're seeing the numbers with unemployment on the rise in Michigan, I think it's really important, really key for not only the employment pipeline, but also for, child literacy, poverty issues in our state. Education in general is going to have a ripple effect on all members of the community. It's one of the best investments that you can make is in someone's education, and can cause huge impacts on every other person who connects with that person in the community.
Yeah, I think we get sometimes a little confused when we talk about adult education and we don't see the full picture. And the full picture really is what happens after they get their high school equivalency or they get that credential sometimes that gets them into a career pathway. What it leads to after that is oftentimes a job, which is a career which starts supporting their families and then gives them the ability to now jump even further up the line. That entry-level position today just isn't enough for families and to feed families. That they need an opportunity to advance, and the only way you really can do that is if you have the skill sets to advance, and that's through education. And it is definitely about constantly learning and continuous learning across every sector, even for our instructors and for our administrators that work in the adult education world. It should be a field of constant, every day I try to pick up at least one or two key things that I can can continue to grow and get smarter about. So I appreciated that comment earlier. When you talk about your students and the work that you do, it's impossible to really place a dollar value on that, right? Because it's so hard. I mean, there's so many components of that. But I'm curious, are there any success stories that stick out in your mind that you like to share of people that you've worked with or your agencies work with? And it doesn't just have to be a student. It could be an instructor or someone that works with you, a colleague. So, yeah, you have any stories that kind of stick out in your mind?
Yeah, actually, our Michigan success story was submitted by myself from the Literacy Center about one of our immigrant learners who came from India. She was a young mother who came from India, and she had a background in veterinary career. And after she became a mother, she felt like she wasn't going to be able to do any work anymore. She felt like her education ended there. But when she came to the United States and she came to Michigan, she found out about English classes at one of our partner community organizations, Kent Intermediate School District. And that led her to find our certified nursing assistant classes at the Literacy Center. And she shared her story with me. And one of like the sticking points from her story is her talking about how when she puts on her scrubs in the morning to go to her new job, to her work, she sees that reflected in her children's eyes, and she sees how like proud they are of her that now mom has reached this goal that she wanted, this education goal, and she hopes that that can lead her children to reaching their own educational goals, and that she feels like learning never stops for her. She continues with her drop-in conversation class, and she takes part in other activities with us, even though she's a graduated learner.
That is just super unbelievably amazing. It's great. It's a great story. Yeah, we often don't wear the glasses of our students. But the one thing that we've talked about throughout the week is the fact that the change in adult education for a learner is generational, right? This is it goes all the way down to their children and then some, because the impact that it has. And yeah, I wish you could bottle that or just show that, like that, if they had a camera in their house that could show that to legislators, like what that feeling is like or what their kids see out of that. We don't do enough of that storytelling, so I appreciate that, and keep sharing that story. Those are stories that are really impactful, and bringing that student in even to tell the story really helps the field, and it helps build the community and the country to recognize that it's an integral part of building a stronger nation. So thank you so much. I wish I wish during this week that it wouldn't be just one week. I wish that we had the ability to make this AEFL week every week. So for all year long, we'd be celebrating all these success stories. And I want to encourage our everyone out there that's listening. If you have a story to share, please feel free to get it to us. Just email it to COABE, send us a clip, send us what you have, and we'll be glad to get it on. We showed a video a little while ago from Eric Vincent Fumo, who was an ESL student and was a success story and turned his whole life around. Just amazing video, and we're going to be sharing those throughout the day and throughout the tomorrow as well, and they continue to share them throughout COABE and through some of our websites and podcasts and things that COABE does. So we are really excited about the work that's being done in Literacy Center of Western Michigan, and I'm just curious because I know that every state is a little bit different, and I'm wondering a little bit about if you could talk a little about the challenges of distance in Michigan. It's a big state, and I imagine transportation has to be an issue with students and learners. And I'm wondering if you might have some suggestions for people in our country that struggle with the issue of transportation.
Yeah, we see that as a big barrier in our programming as well. We do not get funding for transportation, just like we don't really get funding for childcare. It's one of those hot items that really determine access to a program. With COVID, though, we broadened our programming into the virtual world. We did not have virtual classes prior to COVID, and now we have maintained some of our virtual classes for our upper level learners, and that has really helped draw in learners from the outskirts of our region. So we predominantly serve Kent County, but some of the more rural counties that are a little bit farther away from us, we've been seeing learners quite far away that we usually wouldn't serve have access to our virtual classes, which has been a real gift from COVID.
Yeah, that for sure. And I think we have to be mindful that like transportation dollars are something that we should be thinking about. Like how do we give people bus tickets to get to school every day and those things that they may not be able to afford. I also think that as educators, we need to ask those questions. I'll give a quick story. Well, you got a second? I'll give you a quick story. So I was a director of workforce development for an adult literacy, a Title II agency in Philadelphia. And a teacher came to us and said, came to me and said, Mr. A, can you talk to John? He's been coming to class, but he doesn't really smell so well. And I was like, okay. And John came in and I sat him down and I said, John, how you doing? And he said, I'm doing well, Mr. A. And he said, I got two parts of my test done for the high school equivalency and I'm moving. I got the third one coming up this week. I'm ready. And I said, no, I know you're doing well. I've been following you and seeing how you're doing, talking to your teachers. Everything looks great. And I said to him, no, I'm really curious. Like, how are you doing? Like, just how are you doing? And he said, oh, it's crazy. We just had a new baby recently and I'm working 3 jobs. So the overnight job I have in the meat packing plant, I get home and I barely get to class in time. So I'm usually coming right from work. Now, all of a sudden, all the light bulbs are going off in my head. This gentleman's working 3 jobs to keep his family together, and his meat packing plant job, which is the last job of the day, is the job that he's coming to the class after. And we were fortunate enough to get him set up with a local YMCA and get him a place to shower and have some breakfast in the morning before he comes to class, so that he didn't have to travel all the way home and get to class in time. But for us having that discussion, like how long do you think John would be in that classroom? Probably not so long, right? Because those challenges are really hard. So when we talk about education and the work we do, I think the country needs to understand that it's not just about what happens in the classroom. It's really all about what happens outside of the classroom that help our students persist and stay with us for the journey. So it's a great story. I love to share it because I think it really hits on a lot of the things that you talk about, is really, looking from the student perspective of those challenges and barriers and trying to find wraparounds and working through them. And we appreciate the work that the Literacy Center of Western Michigan is doing in that respect. And let's keep doing it. So you got some voice now. I'm going to give you the microphone to share your thoughts on Adult Education and Family Literacy Week, and what is it you want your colleagues across the country to know?
I would say don't ever give up. As you were saying with our learners, we don't know unless we ask. If a learner is struggling with some aspect of programming or, like your story, there's some sort of personal issue going on, don't stop being curious about your learners and your learners' needs. Make that extra effort to ask a simple question to find out how they're doing. I think is really key in making a successful program. Our programming in adult education, we really should be community hubs addressing multiple community needs. And I know that can be hard at sometimes, but like I said, don't give up. Keep on motivating your students, keep on empowering them, and keep on asking them how they are.
That is terrific advice and words to live by. Carrie, if we wanted to get more information about the unbelievably great work being done in Literacy Center of Western Michigan, how can we find out more about you guys?
Yeah, you can visit our website. It is literacycenterwm.org. We have a great section on our website that features a blog post about learners in all of our programming that is updated sometimes weekly, sometimes monthly, depending on the time of year. But you can learn about our stories and our programming on our website.
We love it. So, Carrie, I want you to promise me something. If you, in time, like if you come across these success stories or you get somebody, a student that's on the news or wins an award or anything like that, we just get them to COABE or send them to me. I'll send you my email address and send them to us. So we love to get them out there because I think those are the stories that are impactful in really changing adult literacy and the way we see our students and we see the importance of this topic. So thank you for some amazing work being done in Western Michigan. We appreciate you, and thanks for celebrating Adult Education and Family Literacy Week with us.
Absolutely, Jeff, and thank you for having me.
All right, one last time. If we want to learn more about Literacy Center of Western Michigan, where do we get it?
literacycenterwm.org.
Love it, love it. Thank you, Carrie. We'll see you soon, and thanks for joining us today.
All right, thank you.
All right, everybody, that was Carrie. We're so grateful for the great work being done at Literacy Center of Western Michigan, and that was awesome. We have a lot more today going on. Coming up at 10 o'clock, we have Shirley Wright coming on from the Maine Adult Education Association, and we'll be talking with Shirley. After that, at 11 o'clock, you want to check out the employer perception piece. It's going to be with Pat Tyler, Jeff Arnott, and Sharon Bonney. And that's going to be, if you go onto the COABE website, you'll be able to link right in from that. And then 2 o'clock this afternoon, there's top 10 reasons for integrating entrepreneurship in your programs. And that's with Dr. Cheryl Ayers, and we're looking forward to hearing more about that this afternoon at 2 o'clock. Again, you can get these the links for those at www.coabe.org, so feel free to check it out. Also at 11:45 and 12:30, we have some guests. Pat Tyler's going to be on at 12:30 for us, so stay with us. We have a full day today, and for those that missed originally the play of the award ceremony for Eric and his story, for Eric Vincent Fumo, I want to give it a play again because it's so worthy of everyone's attention and to watch. So take a minute and watch this just tremendous video regarding a success story for Eric Vincent Fumo, and we're going to pop it in, and here we go. Take a look.
It's commonly said that a journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. Eric Vincent Fomo began that journey long ago, but has just reached another milestone.
Good morning to everyone. My name is Eric Vincent. I am from Cameroon. I'm very happy to announce you this morning that I have get a new job.
Mr. Fomo was recently sworn in as an officer with the Texas Department of Corrections. As an adult ed student of Workforce Solutions Greater Dallas Consortium, he attributes the internationally trained professionals class offered at the Irving West Library for helping him learn English.
And this class helped me a lot to improve my English. Today you can say like I am speaking. It's not like that when I arrive.
During his time at Irving ISD's adult education program, Eric was a champion for learning. His strategy to gain better employment was to strengthen his English literacy skills, which included writing professional correspondences, completing complex applications, speaking better in professional and social settings with coworkers, and building listening skills to help him identify key information on forms while in a work environment, as well as when listening to instructions. Mr. Fomo has overcome one obstacle after another, and despite already having a degree in his home country of Cameroon, his hunger for knowledge has never ceased.
I want to thank once more my classes, my classmates, our teacher for what he has done for us.
Eric was a student who, without a doubt, would do everything possible to accomplish his goals. He is a prime example that adult education in Texas provides individuals access to a better future.
Once more, I say thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you.
Wow, was that great or what? Congratulations to Eric Vincent Fumo for just a remarkable journey that he's been on, and we appreciate you. We're going to take a quick break. We're going to be back in a minute. We have a full lineup the rest of the morning and for part of the afternoon, so I hope that you'll stick with us and jump in. We'll be back shortly. We are back at the Command Center for Adult Education and Family Literacy Week. My name is Jeff Abramowitz. I'm your host, and we've been having incredible 3 days of just amazing stories from across the country. People that are doing fantastic work, and we're first of all, we want to give a really big thanks to Carrie from Literacy Center of Western Michigan and sharing out, and Delia Watley, and obviously I just got done re-showing the success story for Eric Vincent Fomo. This just comes, so we get these all day long. Our fellows for the State Advocates for Fellowship program that we have for COABE has just been unbelievable. Our fellows, I am so proud of the work that they do. Our SAFE fellows from around the country have been working hard to get proclamations and raise awareness with legislators at all levels, from mayors all the way up to their state, to their governors and their federal legislators as well. But all day long, we've been getting this week, and I've been just trying to find a good way of sharing these out. Proclamations. So I just got tagged in 3 proclamations that came in, and these are all from the state of West Virginia, I believe, that just came in, and one's for a local recognition that's from this Spotsylvania County Board of Supervisors in Spotsylvania, Virginia. Sorry, it's in Virginia. Awesome. We got a proclamation for Adult Education and Family Literacy Week also from Fredericksburg, Virginia. Thank you for the wonderful proclamation there, and also a proclamation that just came in from Stafford Board of Supervisors, also in Virginia. Thank you so much. Keep them coming. If you have and you're getting any of these proclamations, please share them with us, and we want to make sure, and we'll find a good way to get these out to everyone so you can see the great work being done across the country. So super glad to have our next guest on. And she's an individual from the Maine Adult Education Association, and her name is Shirley Wright. I'm going to bring Shirley onto the screen. Shirley, how are you?
I'm great. Thank you for having me this morning.
It's super nice to meet you. So I have to tell you, I was with a colleague, I believe a colleague of yours, Tom Nash, from Maine, was in town yesterday. I saw him in Washington, and Tom was gracious enough he joined us for dinner one night, and he brought us yesterday some Maine lobster. And and we were like, oh man, was that great? So it was so we love Tom. He was a past president of the Coalition on Adult Basic Education, and he's been a good friend. Tom is just a great guy. So it's great to have you, Shirley. I know you're with the Maine Adult Education Association. Why don't you tell us a little bit about yourself and how you got into adult ed?
Sure. Well, I am the executive director with Maine Adult Education Association, and I've worked in education all my life. I guess my passion for literacy brought me into adult education. I was trained as a high school English teacher, but entered adult education just a few years after that. And I worked, one of the things that brought me into the field and that I'm really excited every time I work with adult education programs or students, I worked with a non-reader when I was in my early 20s, and she was in her early 20s. And we worked together for several months, and I was able, as a young person, I had gone to school, I had always wanted to be a teacher, but I really didn't understand what was happening when someone learned to read. And when she came to me, didn't know all the letters of the alphabet, didn't know all the sounds of the letters, and got to really work with her through that progress. And her life took off in a whole different direction. So I saw what literacy could do for someone who was my age. She had a small child. She learned to drive. She was able to get a job. It was just amazing. And so that's what really got me started, and I think of that all the time.
Yeah, wow, those are great stories, and they're the ones that stay like embedded in your head, that you just that keeps you going, and that's really where the passion comes from. Educators across our country, they're not killing it financially, right? Like, we don't have all this funding. They're not the ones, when you see the new Teslas out there and all these fancy cars. Educators not usually the ones behind the wheels. Well, there's some exceptions to that, but generally, educators don't make a ton of money, and it really comes from passion, right, and purpose, and that's what it's all about. I mean, I love that story. Reading is also a really key component of the work that we do as educators, getting people to read better, but because it translates into being able to do that stuff on the job or in your career and moving forward. So tell me a little bit about what's happening right now in Maine. There's always, I know, I talk to Tom every now and then, see him at conferences and stuff, and he always fills us in. And it sounds like there's so much happening, and Maine tends to be on the cutting edge of things. But why don't you tell us a little bit what's going on there?
We have a lot going on in Maine right now. We have a new state director who just started in July. She was running a program in Augusta, so she comes right from the ground up, which has been wonderful to watch. She has a huge passion for adult education. Now, with Adult Education and Family Literacy Week, we have been doing all kinds of things. The board that I work for has become a bit more diverse this year. We have more practitioners on the board, not just all adult education directors. And they, on Tuesday, gave our governor an award for being a champion of literacy in adult education.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that was wonderful. We contacted the governor's office last week, and they said, come on in. She was wonderful, accepted that award, and all kinds of press is going out. We also had a Zoom call with our Senator Susan Collins. She's a literacy supporter, adult education supporter. And our programs are just going crazy this week. I am so pleased to see all of the things going on across the whole state. We have Facebook posts constantly. We're on Twitter. We're on Instagram. We're having legislators visit programs. We're having students write letters. And another thing we have going on, this is the last thing I'll share on this. We have a huge marketing project going on in Maine, and our marketing committee for the MAYA board is very, very active, and we're having a video produced about what we do. It'll be a 3-minute video that can be pulled apart into 15-second and 30-second segments, and we launched the first one this week. And so that marketing effort, we rebranded a couple years ago. We have the video in progress, and we're going to put that out everywhere so that adult education gets the press that it really deserves across the state.
I love it. And if you get it to us, we'd love to share it. We'd love to share it out. So if you can send it to COABE, we'd be glad to see if we can get it out there a little bit for you on some of our streams. So thank you so much for that. So I guess one of the things I wanted to talk to you about is, as an executive director of the association, we have associations across the country. And can you just tell us a little bit about what role the Adult Education Association plays in a state, and how important is it?
I think it's very important because the association that I'm part of is the professional organization, and it's a step aside from just directors trying to advocate for themselves or programs trying to advocate, but we're formed as a separate nonprofit, and we can advocate more greatly at the state level. And then my role as an executive director, I'm not running a program, so I don't have that emotional tie to a particular program, but I can listen to what everyone is saying and then help them kind of frame ideas and get them out there. And we also do a fair amount of professional development as well through our association. So we work with our state, who does a lot of professional development, and then we run a big conference, and hopefully in 2023, we're going to go with a live conference again. We've been virtual for a while. But.
Awesome. Yeah. So state associations generally play such a vital role because depending on the state, and there are a few that don't have the state associations, but most do. But the challenge is really for state associations is getting out there that professional development advice, that advice of how we can do things better, the advice and the guidance in your state of, even legislatively, of the things that are important and getting them on the radar screen of people that can effectuate change. And that's why the associations play a vital role in all of the adult education pieces. So, thank you for everything you do. It is really important for our state associations. And I know that the days of working in silos are done. Like, I really believe, especially in education more than anywhere, we have to recognize that it takes a village, that our associations, we need somebody to kind of help coordinate and oversee and direct us and give us direction, in which way we're going to go on things. But by and large, we need to start collaborating. We need to start working together. And that's just not adult education. That's also the labor market and the employers that are out there and the workforce that's meeting their demands that are out there. I'm curious, what's going on with Maine with the integration of education and workforce?
There's a lot going on. I mean, we're working hard with our adult ed programs in Maine are run through K-12 school districts. So they have to reach out and work with the community colleges and the university systems. And we've done a lot of work to really try to streamline what's happening so that we don't duplicate. And what we're finding is that adult education can run a lot of workforce training less expensively than a community college. So we're working with them to make sure we enhance each other, we don't duplicate, and that we get people going down the pathway that they choose as quickly as possible. Because we know in this computerized society, if you have to click 3 times, you might not click to get there to get the answer. So
That's true.
we have to, the training is the same thing. People need to find it quickly, they need to access it, and it needs to serve a purpose. So, lots of workforce partners, workforce boards, things are going well.
Awesome. Yeah, one of the things that we're seeing, even with IET, the Integrated Education and Trainings that are going on in these new programs, is the integration of employers, where we're really training people to meet those needs that are in the labor market today, and that's super important. Can you talk to us a minute about maybe what's happening in the state regarding digital literacy?
We work with the National Digital Equity Center, and we actually did some work with them over the summer. And they are it's funny because they're training people across the state in digital literacy, but they're also going to help train some of our adult educators that will then be able to also help with training. So we're trying to really push that out and make sure, literacy isn't just reading a book anymore. You have to be digitally literate, and making sure that training is available and that all of our adult ed programs are connected with the National Digital Equity Center. So, we're trying, and our call with Susan Collins the other day, we reinforced to her, our senator, that we still have broadband issues, and we have some pretty big ones in the state. And so we can give people digital literacy, but they also have to have the capacity to make things work. And it was good. I thought one of her quotes was, we've invested millions in bridges and roads, but digital literacy is the same kind of thing now. So it has to be kept up. And I had never really thought about that a road and a bridge, because we were always traveling, but now we travel online. So that has to be enhanced and functional.
Yeah, for sure. Digital Equity Act coming into play over the next year is definitely going to be changing a lot for a lot of people, because it's now going to give them access and give them some educational support with digital literacy, and it's really super important. So much is happening when we talk about bringing organizations together and sharing. How many members do you have in the Maine Association?
We have about 70 programs in the state. So we're widespread. Maine's a big state, but there's a program near everyone if they need to find one. So, and they're all members of our association. And then our board is about between 15 and 17 members that come from programs in various roles.
That is just super work being done in Maine. We so appreciate you. So if there's a message you wanted to share out this Adult Education and Family Literacy Week that you want legislators and you want the community to know, this is what we need to do going forward. What message would you want to share?
Well, I think that, we really need legislators to understand what we do, because what we do opens doors for people, to have greater access to post-secondary training. They do, work on this, but if adults don't have the basic skills to succeed in these opportunities, One example in Maine is they've invested a lot of money in community college access, which is wonderful. However, there are adults who sign up for programs and they don't complete because they don't have the basic skills. And so what legislators really need to know is that layer, or getting people to the skill level to be able to succeed, is really important, because the data shows us that if people start a community college program and don't finish, they're reluctant to go back. Or if they start a training program and don't finish. So failure doesn't help us succeed.
That is a super great point. That really is important to know. And, it's not just all about funding, too. Funding is a big piece. I mean, we can't do this without having adequate funding for our teachers and resources for our students, and we get that. But we also need other supports, and we need to really look at this holistically and create those partnerships across all of those sectors. Thank you so much, Shirley, for all the work you guys are doing in Maine, and all the programs that are going forward in Maine. And you're really making a difference for so many lives, and we appreciate you. We hope that if you have those stories out there from Maine, if you're listening, please feel free. Get them to COABE. Send them to us, and we would be glad to post them up today and tomorrow. We've been getting clips and news clips and a lot going on, so feel free to share all that great stuff that's happening. I'll give a shout out to Susan Collins as well in Maine for stepping up and being being the voice of adult education in the state, and really recognizing the importance. Thanks so much for being with us. We appreciate you, and I am hoping that I'll be able to get back up to Maine, because that lobster was just phenomenal, and we're hoping at some point maybe we can get up and spend some time with not only Tom and the great work that Tom Nash is doing, but meet some of the program work that's being done up there. So thank you so much.
Well, thank you very much too.
All right, we'll be back in a little bit, and that was Shirley Wright from Maine Adult Education Association, and thank you, Shirley, for being on. We have so much more going on today. I want to play another clip that we showed yesterday from Renee Rivers in South Carolina. This is kind of remarkable, and take a look. We're here celebrating Adult Education Week, and so are they.
Adult Education Family Literacy Week.
Wow, what a great video. I laugh every time I see it. Thanks, Renee Rivers, for jumping in and sending that to us. If you have a video out there you'd like to share, send it to us. We'd be glad to put it on, give it some space, and we appreciate everybody. It makes me laugh. My favorite part of that video is actually the scene where all the ESL students have their flags of their country that they made, and they're walking out of the classroom. It's kind of that's just great, so impactful. So we have a lot more today going on, and we're looking forward to sharing throughout the day. We have Pat Tyler coming up. If you're not doing anything at 11, you really want to catch something. This is important. Employer perception. Pat Tyler is going to be on with Jeff Arnott and Sharon Bonney from COABE. It's really going to be a great session. You can find that at www.coabe.org, and if you just click on the face page where it says Adult Education Family Literacy Week, there's a link to that presentation that's coming up. We will not be podcasting that today on through this stream, but we'll keep the stream open all day for additional guests that are coming on. But if you want to check out that event, it's 11 o'clock. Go onto the COABE website, www.coabe.org, and on the face page, you can see, just click on it. You'll have a whole drop down of events that are happening today and tomorrow, and you'll be able to pop right in and register and kind of link right in there. So looking forward to some more guests coming up. Our next guest will be right after the employee perception with Pat Tyler after 11. We'll have NCL is going to be on 11:45, and Pat Tyler is going to be on around 12:30. So looking forward to catching up with everybody. So stay in there. And again, if I'll be popping in throughout the day. If I get any of these clips, proclamations, anything else you want to share, just get them to us, and we'll get them out right away. It's good to be here again. Adult Education Family Literacy Week, celebrating here at the Command Center in Philadelphia. It's our new Command Center for today and tomorrow, and looking forward to catching up with everybody shortly. So we'll see you in a little bit. We are back at the Command Center for Adult Education and Family Literacy Week. So glad to have you. Hope you're enjoying your Thursday around the country. We have a lot going on. We're going to have guests on coming up on the net for the National Coalition for Literacy. We'll be on shortly, and we'll be popping them in. I just wanted to tell you that we are getting more and more proclamations coming through, and really excited about it. So please continue to share them. The latest is one from Cleveland, Ohio. We received this from Lori Lupton. So Lori, thank you for bringing this up to us and forwarding it. And it's a proclamation from the city of Cleveland, and it's recognizing in particular not only Adult Education and Family Literacy Week, but also the great work being done by Canine Companions, a program out there. So big shout out to the work being done in Cleveland and Canine Companions, and definitely keep the proclamations coming. Really excited to be seeing these and jumping on. We have some representatives. I'm not sure if somebody from National Coalition is on right now, the National Coalition for Literacy. We're going to bring them in and see if somebody's on screen. Hi, how are you? Not yet.
Yes.
Oh, there you go. We can hear you. We can't see you, but we can hear you. Who's on the screen? Who's on the air?
Hold on a second. Let me.
No worries. Take your time.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out how to share because we're all meeting through Zoom. So I shared my screen. So I'm trying to see if I can get you audio from everyone else.
Oh, got it. Okay.
Deborah, can you?
No worries. Take your time. So we are we're having a great day. We've had a number of guests on this morning. Big shout out to started us off today with Delia Watley, came in from Irving, Texas, and shared that remarkable story from Eric Vincent Fumo. So big shout out and thank you to Eric for jumping in and congratulations. Just a great success story out there in the Dallas area. So thank you for that. Shirley Wright was on after that from Maine Adult Education Association, and so was Carrie from the Literacy Center for Western Michigan. So we had a lot of people on. It was kind of it was just remarkable. Great morning. We have a lot coming up, too. We have Pat Tyler coming up from NASDAQ, and good friend Stephen Stroyer is going to be on talking about what's going on in the justice space with adult education. And then, so a lot happening today, a lot of good stuff, and I'm grateful to. I just was on a COABE webinar that was being hosted all about employer perceptions, and Pat Tyler was on that. Stephanie Rittberger was on, Jeff Arnott was on, and Sharon Bonney were on, all talking about the great work of connecting employers to adult education, adult literacy, and how important that is. So that's all going well. We're still waiting a little bit for the National Coalition for Literacy to bring in their group. We'll see if we can make that happen. I think they're all on a Zoom call, which is kind of cool. And we were doing this yesterday in Washington during when we were in Washington, D.C. in the command center there, and we were able to bring people in through the Zoom link. But we had a big setup going on, so it was kind of a lot of technology. And technology is amazing and it's great, but it's not without its challenges, especially when you try to do some tricky stuff, right?
Yeah, let's see. Can you still hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you just fine. Yeah.
Okay, can you hear Deborah? Can you speak up again?
Yeah, I can't hear Deborah.
Okay, you know what? I'm going to exit. And Deborah, do you have that link?
And then what you can do is just jump back on yourself after she comes on.
Right.
I can bring in a few people in the studio. I can get about 10 people on at one time, so there's plenty of room. All right. There you go. We're going to give it another minute or so. We'll let everybody jump on, and no problem at all. We just want to make sure everybody gets some voice during Adult Education and Family Literacy Week. A lot of things happening, a lot of education happening for everybody. Like, we're all learning today about the great things going on around the country. We are super mindful of the fact that there's a lot of great organizations around the country who are doing tremendous work. They're doing a lot. And one of the best ways of finding out what's going on in your particular state is through the COABE website. The COABE website has a fact sheet for every state in our country that really lays out, it's a reporting on adult education in your state, and it has some great things. Number one, it tells you how many people have been enrolled in adult education programs. It tells you how much federal funding you got, which is kind of important, and also tells you how many students were enrolled in programs, how many of them were, how many English speaking or non-English speaking students there were. How many people in the correctional setting? How many people were behind the walls that were getting educated? And then also the outcomes. How many students got a high school credential? How many went on and went up a skill gain or made some advancement in the classes that they had? It really digs down into the data. And oftentimes, I often say a person without data is just another person with an opinion. So having these data sheets is super important and also really impactful for educators and for legislators to see the work that they're doing. This data sheet's put out every year. I think every year or 2 years. COABE recently just updated them. So their reporting periods are from July of 2019 through June 30th of 2020. So really check it out. There's also a national fact sheet which lays out all of the outcomes in our country during that period of time. So again, if you're not familiar, check out the fact sheets that are on the COABE website. They will definitely help you and support you and give you a lot of good ammunition when you go and you meet with your legislators. So we're still working. We're going to be getting coming on now. It's going to be the National Coalition for Literacy, and I think we have Michelle that's coming on, and I know that they're still kind of working through, but we'll give them a minute because we're patient. It's technology. They're just getting some devices on. So I see they're trying to get in. Take your time. And as soon as we see your picture and we see you may want to adjust your settings for your camera and your also your voice, your microphone, so that they can have it. But I see Michelle is working to get on, so we'll give them a second. There's also some more things going on this afternoon that you should check out. There's another event coming on later this afternoon that you might want to check out at 2 o'clock, which is going to be on the top 10 reasons for integrating entrepreneurship. There's Michelle. I see you, Michelle. And we're going to, you want to check that out. That's at 2 o'clock, but if you go on to www.coabe.org, you'll be able to pick it up from there. So let's see if we can get Michelle onto the screen. How are you, Michelle?
Hi, great. How are you?
Good, we got you. We're working through this. No worries. I've also got somebody else on here. We're going to add them to the screen, and we may only have audio there or not. I'm not sure, but we got you in the studio. If you're from the National Coalition for Literacy, you there also?
Yeah, this is Deborah Kennedy. I'm the Executive Director of the National Coalition for Literacy. Thanks for having us on, Jeff.
Oh, hi, Deborah. How are you? It's good to hear your voice.
Great to hear yours, too. And sorry about these technical issues. I feel really complicated than the studio planned on.
No, this is all good. I'm just glad we got you on. Thank you so much for joining us, and we're super excited that you could come on today, and we're just having a lot of fun. We've had a lot of people come on when we were in Washington the last 3 days, and I don't think any Adult Education and Family Literacy Week would be complete without the National Coalition for Literacy. So we're super glad that you guys jumped on. Can you guys and Michelle, it's either for either of you, but can you tell us a little bit about what NCL is, so that the country gets a little bit better picture of the work that you do and the scope of the work that you do?
Sure, happy to do that. Our mission is to advance adult education and family literacy and English language acquisition in the United States, all across the United States, by increasing public awareness of the need to fund and support our programs, and by promoting effective public policy and serving as a resource on national adult education issues. And in fact, we were just chatting with Chairman John Yarmouth, who, as you know, is retiring from the House of Representatives this year. He's been a longtime champion for us, and so we had a little visit with him to thank him for his support over the years. That's the kind of thing we do, is connect at the national level, particularly with Hill staff and with members of OCTAE and the Department of Education.
So, yeah, I don't know if he mentioned this yet at all, but yesterday I had a chance to see him in Washington, and we got to meet with him and also give him a championship award. I call it the Rock Star Award because he's done so much for adult education, and he's definitely going to be a colleague who's going to be missed on the Hill. He's been a great voice for adult education, and not many others that I know that also can hold the title of being part of the Bourbon Caucus from Kentucky.
Exactly right. And I think that he actually will continue working with the Bourbon Caucus when he's retired. I'm not sure why, but
I love it. No, it's all good stuff. So we get a little bit. We're talking adult education and family literacy week. We're really talking about the importance of adult education across our country and its impact that it has. And I was wondering if you guys could share a little bit about what you're seeing in the field today. Is adult education changing, and are we getting word out there about really what the needs are in this community?
Michelle, I'll let you take this one.
Sure. I think we are seeing adult education changing. I think that the pandemic has changed a lot of different things. I think digital literacy is a lot more visible than it used to be. I think the pandemic showed a lot of the needs that adults have out there that we didn't know about. So many adults were impacted by their jobs that have low literacy. And so I think that's the silver lining with COVID, is that it did bring to light adult education a little bit more. We're working really hard on reauthorizing the Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act, but the Digital Equity Act also has been a really important piece of legislation to start to get digital skills to adults and get folks connected so they can participate in education in general.
Yeah, so you struck so many chords there. We're gonna slow down and talk a little bit about them, because one of the ones I want to talk about is we've heard over and over again the last few days of how important digital literacy is to our learners, to our students, and there's a few things. Number one, the Digital Equity Act is coming into play, and I was wondering maybe if you guys could share, is there some advice that you can offer to programs now that are thinking, really a lot of programs are thinking ahead, what's going to happen the next year, and we have planning going on across the country for the Digital Equity Act. Can you maybe give us some things? Where should our eyes be focused as we look forward on the Digital Equity Act?
Well, I think really our eyes need to be focused on, at the state level, on how the state plans have been written and then how they're going to be carried out. A lot of people right now are focusing on the BEAD program, which is more related to physical access, but there's also funding for programs to increase their technology capacity. And adult ed programs need to be focused at the state level on how those plans are being developed and make sure that those plans address the needs that our programs see, particularly for learners who are really at the beginning levels with digital literacy.
Yeah, for sure. So it's not just, it's funny. There's a great saying, if you're not at the table, you're often being served as the meal. And when it comes to the Digital Equity Act, we need to be at that table, right? So if you're a local program, or even you're a state-run program, or an association, call your governor's office and tell them you want to be you want to be at that table, you want to have a seat, you want to have a voice, you want to be part of the planning, because honestly, they're looking for your opinion, they're looking for your input, so how they can use this funding as it comes down. It's super, super important. Also give a shout out in the bill, because one of the things in the Digital Equity Act was a call out for people that have been justice impacted. So men and women behind the walls that are looking to get smarter through digital literacy and digital technology and access. There's a call out on the bill. So if you're with in the correction setting and doing some good work behind or beyond the prison walls, definitely you want to be there. You want to be part of that discussion. Great stuff. So much is happening too in workforce, and we're seeing finally this realization that our Department of Education and Department of Labor need to talk better, right? And they need to work better at all levels. And we're finally getting a better understanding of the relationship between education and helping people find a career pathway. I wonder if you guys could talk a little about that marriage and what it's looking like from your end.
Michelle, do you want to respond to that?
No, I'm going to let you talk about that from the NCL and WEO perspective.
Okay. Yes, I think, Jeff, you're absolutely right that they do need to talk better with one another. And going back to talking about the DEA that we were just referencing, they both need to talk more with the Department of Commerce about how the DEA is being implemented as well. So coordinating all of those things, because all of them are essential for career development and being able to support yourself and your family. So I think through the workforce investment boards and the possibility of adult education programs to interact effectively within their communities with other providers and with the workforce investment boards to make sure that everybody's working together toward the same goals, particularly with our learners who really, as I said before, are starting at the lower levels and need a lot of skills development. The more coordinated these programs can be, the better off, the more likely we are to see positive outcomes.
For sure. Now, you're in a meeting, correct, right now? Do you got a lot of people listening?
Well, I have a bunch of people in the room here, yep.
Love it. I love it. Where are you? Are you in Washington?
We're in Washington, D.C. at the American Library Association offices here, which are lovely.
We got to spend some time with Tom Nash yesterday.
Yeah.
And,
Yeah.
there you go. So Tom, I got to give a big thank you. That lobster you brought in from Maine was outstanding. It made the whole trip. So thank you for that.
Well, we have some for today too.
Yeah,
That
Jeff-
was supposed to be a surprise, but that's okay.
Jeff is trying to make everybody jealous, but you can't be jealous because we have our
We have
own
some.
lobster supply.
Yeah, we do.
That's awesome. Yeah, you guys are doing some great work, and I know you're having your meeting there. And I'm curious, we're doing a lot of work up on the Hill and in Washington, being advocates. And I'm curious, what's the message from NCL to our legislators? What do they really truly need to know about adult literacy across the country?
Well, they need to know, and it's the same message that COAG puts forward. And one of the main functions of NCL is to try to get all the messages coordinated so that we're all aiming in the same direction and saying the same things. So they need to understand the level of financial support that's required to really show outcomes. They need to understand that we're only serving a very small portion of the people who actually have need for our programs. They need to see, in fact, the connections between the Digital Equity Act and the Adult Education and Family Literacy Act. They need to see what you were just asking about the need for the departments to talk more with one another. So there's a lot to say.
Yeah, and oftentimes I know, in preparation for some of the meetings, we think that, and I think legislators often think that the ask is about just money, and it is. I don't think when I mentioned earlier to an educator that was on that, we're not driving around in the brand new Teslas. Most of our instructors are, just making ends meet, and they're doing yeoman's work with often pay that is hard to feed a family on, because there's just not enough funding and resources for our students as well. We were on with a director from Texas who was talking about transportation issues, and also in Michigan, and being able to provide transportation as part of their service. So there's a lot of those kinds of things. Funding definitely is a big issue, as well as providing all these other different supports that go along with that.
Jeff, I have Margaret Patterson here from Research Allies, and she, I think, would add to what we've been saying from the research side. Or
So Margaret is a good friend, and I'm so glad to hear her voice. Margaret, of course you can add on. I love to hear it. How are you?
Great. Good to see you, Jeff. Great to be with everyone today. Yeah, I just want to circle back a little bit to what you were saying, your question about what's happening in the field. And what I'm starting to see, and to follow up on what Michelle said as well, things are getting more concentrated in our field. And I think we can use that to our advantage. I had a paper a couple years back about the forgotten 90%. And we serve really at best, maybe 10% of the need that's out there. And so we're very concentrated in what we're doing. And we need to take advantage of that. One of the reasons that I like staying involved in NCL is it's not only an opportunity to stay connected with the field, that's very important, but it's an opportunity to advocate. for what the field needs, and to come together. There's strength in numbers, obviously, but to come together and really make things happen together. So that's what I wanted to contribute to everyone. So.
Margaret, you're not getting off that easy. So you also, you're not getting off that easy. You also recently published a work. Can you give us a little bit of that? And because it's an awesome piece.
So which one are you referring to, Jeff?
The links through links.
Okay, so for the correctional piece?
Yes.
Okay, yeah. So one of the things that I've looked at recently in correctional education is, just noticing that there is potentially a connection between recidivism and participation in correctional education when somebody's behind the walls. And we don't know enough. It's not collected universally, what's going on. But for those that are collecting it, and we can look at somewhat of a framework within 3 years of when a person gets out, if they've participated or not, are they less likely to come back? That's a super important question, because if folks are coming back, then maybe adult ed isn't affecting them. However, what we are finding in that connection is that recidivism is generally lower. I was able to look at, I think, 12 states. I didn't have that in my head, Jeff, but I think we looked at 12 states within 3 years, and 10 out of the 12, the recidivism rate was lower for those that participated in adult ed when they were in corrections. That's really cool. We need to know more. We need to have more data from the states that can verify that. But it's something that I think it's very important to look into. So thanks for bringing that up, Jeff.
Yeah, so everyone should know out there. I have a philosophy that I live by, that a person without data is just another person with an opinion. And Margaret she is the person with the data, and you want to get to know her because she does some awesome work. And I'm glad that you're there at the NCL meeting. There's so much we could talk about when we talk about adult literacy and getting people smarter in our country, and how important it is to blend that in with the workforce and workforce pieces. I'm just curious if people wanted to learn more about NCL and the great work you're doing, how can they do that?
Well, they need to go to our website, which is national-coalition-literacy.org.
Love it. National-coalition-literacy.org. And there's a wealth of information, including programs, advocacy. There's issues that they constantly put out there for information across the country. So great resource and tool to use. So I've been giving this magic wand to everyone as they come on this week, and trying to get them to share with us through their magic wand if they could change something in the adult education system from the NCL perspective. And I'll give both of you. Michelle, I'll give you one too. If you had your magic wand and you could change anything over the course of this coming year, what would that look like? What would it be?
Well, Michelle, I'm going to make you go first on this one.
Yeah, easy one. I mean, of course, more money would be the first answer all of us would give for this adult education field. But I also think that adult education is sort of a small, not sort of, it is a very small portion of the overall education budget and labor budget. So in addition to the federal agencies speaking to each other, having adult education be on par and have that visibility with higher ed, K-12, and seen as more of a continuum for education, I think that would be what I would use with my magic wand.
I love it. That's awesome.
Yep, and I would add to that, I would love to see adult education and family literacy be a partner, a major partner with all of the other types of programs that there are for folks in our country, with housing, with food, with healthcare, all of the programs that support access to those. I would like to see adult literacy really integrally working. And a lot of localities, this is happening. A lot of individual programs are doing great work with this, but it needs to be more national. It needs to be a national effort.
It does. it definitely takes a village, and we're beginning to understand that better. Like, persistence for our students isn't necessarily that they can't do the work, right? And they're not grasping it in the classroom because their teachers are doing that, but it's life. You know, the challenges of getting to school, the challenges of dealing with children and daycare and housing and addiction support and all these other things that go on in life. You know, if we could just build a lot of those supports into the work that we do in the adult education world, and have those partners right there for that really hard handoff when it happens and when they need support. I mean, that's part of the secret sauce, is coming together and doing this as a team and as a full village. So I love it. So last, I just want to get your thoughts. If there's, this is Adult Education and Family Literacy Week, and we're winding down through the week. Tomorrow, if you had message to your educators that are out there, you know, we often think of our students and we talk about their success stories. But if you had a word that you wanted to share with the educators that are out there, now's your chance. Give it a shot.
You're the best. Hang in there. What you do is more important, more valuable to our country and to the world than you can even imagine, even though you already know it. So persist, stick with it. Love your learners.
I love it. That's a great message. Great message. Well, yep. Anyone else in that room wanted to share out while we got you? You're welcome. Just jump in.
That was the word that came up for me, Jeff, was persist. You know,
Mm-hmm.
RGB.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Michelle, you got one, Michelle?
No, just a thank you. I mean, I think that it's just that not only are you changing an adult's life by teaching them general skills, but you're changing their health outcomes, their job statuses, their economic ability to be mobile. So it's just, you're changing so many different things with those skills that it's just immeasurable.
Yeah, that's awesome. So I'll give you mine. It's one that I got from my dad. And my dad had a saying, and he used to say the 3 words that were most important when you do your work sometimes are hit the cutoff. And if you're a baseball fan, you know that the cutoff is the person that relays the ball from the outfielder to get the play at the plate to get them out. And it definitely takes more than one person to do the work sometimes to really accomplish your goal and what you want to achieve. So try and hit the cutoff, get those support services, and you don't have to do it alone. There's a lot of people out there doing great work, and just reach out to them. I want to give a special thanks to NCL for all the great work you guys do all year long. It's not just AEFL week. It's 24/7, 365 days a year. So thank you so much. Give us one more time if we want to get more information on the National Coalition for Literacy. Where will we go to?
www.national-coalition-literacy.org.
Love it. I love it. Thank you guys so much for being on. Hello to everybody in that room, and I'm sure there's others that I'm friendly with, but thank you for jumping on today. We're here. We're going to be here today and tomorrow. If you have success stories that you'd like to share of either your participants and your students or your educators, please jump on, send them to us. We'll get those clips on. We've been showing them all day. We'll continue to do so. Thank you so much, and thanks for hanging in there on the technology end. We did it. We got you guys out there. Tom, save some of that lobster tail for me in the future. We'll be up to visit you in Maine, I'm sure. And then thanks again, everybody, for jumping in.
And get in line for the lobster there, Jeff.
There you go. All right, everybody, take care.
Thanks.
So we are here at the command center. It's moved from Washington D.C. to Philadelphia, which is all good. But we're on air. We're going to be on air for the next day and a half. We still have a bit more to go today, and we have another few great guests coming up this afternoon. We're going to be hearing from Pat Tyler and from Stephen Stroher. So I'm looking forward to talking to both of them. Pat's got some amazing insights as to adult education in our country and what's going on, and Steve does some work behind the walls representing men and women that are justice impacted, so we're going to hear his input on adult education and what's happening across the country. So just some super stuff happening. We're going to I wanted to give another play of this Eric Vincent FOMO piece that came in this morning, and just take a look at this. It's really remarkable, great story, and then we'll be back. Pat Tyler will be on shortly, and we'll be moving forward. So you're here at the Command Center for Adult Education and Family Literacy Week, being hosted by the Coalition on Adult Basic Education, and we're going to let's see if we can get this up so you can see this video. Here we go. Enjoy.
It's commonly said that a journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. Eric Vincent Fomo began that journey long ago, but has just reached another milestone.
Good morning to everyone. My name is Eric Vincent. I am from Cameroon. I'm very happy to announce you this morning that I have get a new job.
Mr. Fomo was recently sworn in as an officer with the Texas Department of Corrections. As an adult ed student of Workforce Solutions Greater Dallas Consortium, he attributes the internationally trained professionals class offered at the Irving West Library for helping him learn English.
And this class helped me a lot to improve my English. Today you can say like I am speaking. It's not like that when I arrive.
During his time at Irving ISD's adult education program, Eric was a champion for learning. His strategy to gain better employment was to strengthen his English literacy skills, which included writing professional correspondences, completing complex applications, speaking better in professional and social settings with coworkers, and building listening skills to help him identify key information on forms while in a work environment, as well as when listening to instructions. Mr. Fomo has overcome one obstacle after another, and despite already having a degree in his home country of Cameroon, his hunger for knowledge has never ceased.
I want to thank once more my classes, my classmates, our teacher for what he has done for us.
Eric was a student who, without a doubt, would do everything possible to accomplish his goals. He is a prime example that adult education in Texas provides individuals access to a better future.
Once more, I say thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you.
We are back here at the Command Center for Adult Education, for Adult Education and Family Literacy Week, and it's being hosted by the Coalition of Adult Basic Education. I'm Jeff Abramowitz, your host. I've been here since Monday. We kicked this off in Washington, D.C. in the Command Center, and we have just had tremendous guests throughout the week. We're going to continue on through tomorrow with more guests, more sharing of success stories, teacher stories. It's just been remarkable, and I want to thank and give a big shout out to everybody that's been getting these proclamations. They're coming across fast and furious, and I'm just so impressed. Shout out to everybody doing great work, and our guests, in particular our guests today. We just got off a few seconds ago with the National Coalition for Literacy, and thank them. They had a whole team of people that were there jumping in, and our next guest is going to be Pat Tyler. I think we're waiting for Pat's going to jump back in. I saw her in the room, but we'll be with Pat in a second. I'm just waiting for her to come back in the studio. So everything has been going great this week. Technology has been working fine. I think we've had one or two hiccups, but nothing major. And we've been able to share out some great videos. Definitely some passion. Huge. We saw this morning a great video that came in. I've played it a few times today, and about a gentleman who had his, from Cameroon, who got his ESL, Eric FOMO. So thank you for sharing that. And Deborah Watley, thanks for bringing that to our attention. That was a great piece. We also had a number of other supporters that jumped on and sent us some videos that we shared. And so it's been a great week. We're really excited to share this out. I'm super excited about our next guest, because our next guest is somebody that I met when I first came on to COABE and the COABE board several years ago. And there's people in every industry that are like the person that just are in the know, and they're the kind of person are the mover and shaker of your industry, and they're the ones with the expertise and the experience. And I can think of very few people that have the knowledge and experience when it comes to adult education than Pat Tyler. Pat, how are you?
Thank you, Jeff. I'm fine. How are you doing? It's been a while.
It's so good to see you. Wow. So I had some memories yesterday, because I was in the Command Center, which happened to be in the Hall of States, and that's actually where very first time I met you, when you had your offices there. So why don't you introduce yourself and the work you do to our audience?
Well, yeah, thank you for that glowing introduction, Jeff. I mean, I really am. Thank you. So I have been the executive director of the National Association of State Directors of Adult Education for the past 5.5 years. And before that, I was the state director in Maryland. But I started this career as an adult ed instructor and worked in many local program initiatives before going into administration.
Wow. So I have so much to talk to you about, because I've been wanting for like the longest time. So it's not often that you get to like really dig in when you interview someone. I have so many questions. So first, you've been doing this work for so long, and you started as an instructor, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. So must have some observation on like how things have changed in adult education over the years since you first gotten involved.
Yeah. Well, actually, I think accountability is the first thing that pops into my mind as you ask that question, because I think accountability is strengthened. There are more accountability needs and reporting requirements, which I don't think is a bad thing. We do have some concerns about the performance measures, and do they really align with what we're trying to do with our students? But accountability has changed. I mean, certainly, it goes without saying, digital, how we connect with students, and especially highlighted during the pandemic. But those are a couple of things that pop into mind. With WIA first being pulled into workforce legislation back in, the very early 2000s. That was actually signed in 98. And then, WIOA in 2014. I think that has changed the way we do things. Integrated education and training, career pathways are much more in the focus now. So
That's a good thing. I mean, we're finally beginning to understand the relationship between getting people smarter and getting them into a career pathway to success, right?
Yeah.
And it starts with education. That's the bottom. We're at the first rung. From the accountability end, I think it's so important, and I want to start there because in our discussion, met with a lot of senators and legislators over the past week, and really having a discussion about the impact of adult education. And accountability is so important in this because in order for you to get funding, you need to be able to prove that you're doing some good work. And that's something that has changed over the years, and we are holding more and more people accountable. But what are some of the challenges you see with accountability?
So, first of all, I want to say I think accountability is a good thing, and just as a citizen, as a taxpayer, you want the public money spent in an accountable way. You want reporting requirements are necessary. So, but some of the challenges with reporting now, as I said, I was an instructor, so and I was a coordinator of programs. So I did assessment, but it's been a while. So what I hear from instructors is that it's become a lot more complicated and time consuming. So I get that, but I think assessment is necessary. So I think there are a lot of conversations that have to be conducted in order for us to get at what is the ideal way to do an assessment. And I think being in workforce legislation, I guess is point two of the accountability issues. I don't think that's a bad thing. Some people don't think adult ed students come to classes because they want to get a better job. But, having worked with thousands of students over my years in local program, I think, everybody comes because, they want to get their GED. They, want to help their kids with their homework. They want to be a role model for their kids. But if you dig a little bit deeper, like why would you want to get a GED? What about, as your kids get older? It does boil down to the quality of my life will be better if I further my education because I'll be qualified for more employment opportunities. So I think being in workforce legislation is, I think to align with that is not a bad thing at all.
Yeah. I wish there was a KPI or key performance indicator for generational change. And that's, I think, the biggest thing. Like we don't often see, we know how many of our students may get an academic gain or get their high school equivalency or may go on post-secondary. But education is that one thing that it's the children. I mean, this is Adult Education and Family Literacy Week because it is a family, and the impact that education has isn't just with the individual. It oftentimes is generational. It's those children that are seeing that and then say, I want to be like mom and dad. I want to go to school and I want to get my high school equivalency or get my high school degree, and then I want to move on and go to college and find that pathway. So I don't think we're far away from really coming up with that key performance indicator. I get it, but I do think that the accountability piece is important. I also I wanted to talk to you a little bit about something else you mentioned. I've been doing a lot of work with the Department of Education on IET, the integrated educational training, because it just makes sense to me. If you can put that math teacher teaching fractions with that carpentry teacher and give them some workforce preparedness pieces, it's like the whole puzzle is like right there for success. And IET is something that's it's been around a little bit, but it's only recently that I think Octane, and I give Octane credit here too, they've really been pushing out and supporting these projects across the country. But I wanted to get your feeling on the IET as a model and whether you think that's what the lane looks like going forward on that.
Well, I think the integrated education and training is fabulous. I mean, to put together in context the skills that someone needs to learn and for them to understand why they need to learn, how it applies to a real life situation, I think is excellent. And I think IET is just a great way to accelerate the learning on both sides rather than doing something chronologically. You know, let's get your academics and then let's go into job training. And just a funny story. A number of years ago in Maryland, we were bringing IET into Maryland for the first time, and so we had set up some projects around. And just on another occasion, we were viewing a site from one of our providers for another reason. We were actually looking for space for GED testing. So we were touring the building, and the person giving us the tour didn't know we were connected with the IET program. But she came upon the space and she said, "Oh, we have this exciting new program that I want to tell you about. It's teaching, the adult ed academics along with the training. We've got this construction." And the students are learning so much faster. And it was just like, she had no idea that she was talking to the administrators of the program. So it was really, really exciting to hear that. And I think, we've heard some challenges in setting it up. So one of the things we're doing is trying to, help people with more models and, connect people who've got successful models with people who are just starting out and looking for, models.
Yeah, so shameless plug. I do work. I'm a moderator for Links and the Links Network, and the toolkit for IET has come out, and it's a resource on the Links Network for the Department of Education, so you could check out the toolkit that's there. It's funny too, from an educator standpoint. I did some technical assistance this past 2 years for IET and corrections, and working with correctional facilities. And I was down in West Virginia and met with all the instructors that were in the IET programs, and they were a little hesitant. And they were curious, like, what we were trying to do. We're launching IETs across the country inside of the walls, and they said, "Oh, but we do that already." And yeah, of course you do it already. And then we got into it, and they got really excited by the discussion of it. So there are some great toolkits out there. I'm curious. A little bit about this. We're here at Adult Education and Family Literacy Week. There's a lot of advocacy work going on, and I don't want to get NASDA into the advocacy end of it, but if there was a message for the people of our country about adult education and why it's so important, what would that message be? What would you like to share with them?
So I think adult education is such a critical key to a strong nation, and with a more highly educated populace and a better informed populace, our problems of unemployment, poverty, hunger, crime can be solved. So yeah, it's critical. And we have a colleague who said recently that there's no workforce development if you don't have literacy. So it's critical. It's the foundation to everything. It's it's the foundation to parenting. There's so many skills that are necessary. It's the foundation to work. It's
Pat, I'm curious now too. We haven't really talked about digital literacy, but we know the Digital Equity Act is in the planning phase now and has become law. We're going to be seeing enactment of programming and funding coming down over the next year. So it's been a while for us to chip away to really make it for this kind of law that could have such a great impact on our students in particular. And the lesson that came to me was during COVID, when we got all these laptops to give out, and then we gave them out and realized that many of our participants didn't have broadband access, and that it wasn't doing them a whole world of good until we worked on the access piece. But I'm curious, from your end, what would you hope to see come from the Digital Equity Act?
Well, I think, people have talked about a three-legged stool, which is, you've got to have the broadband, you've got to have the access to that, you've got to have the tools, you've got to have the computer, that's modern enough to run the programs, and then you've got to have the skills. So I am so happy to see that adult education is a required partner in the digital equity planning that's being done now, and I look forward to great things coming from that. So we've been talking with the state directors a lot about get involved with this, have a plan. So
Well, I have to tell you that you'd be really proud to know that state directors from across the country have been on this broadcast and have been sharing out and doing just to say spectacular work is an understatement, because they've gotten word out at a level that I can never, and I haven't been doing it far nearly as long as you have, but in the years that I've been doing this work, I have never seen this kind of commitment down at the really frontline workforce, where they're going into mayors, they're going to mayors' offices, they're going to state legislators and city legislators and councilmen, and they're going all the way up and really following through. And what they're doing, even more remarkable, is they're bringing students with them to tell their stories. So you should be really proud of the messaging that's coming out from NASDAQ to all your state associations, and the state associations are doing an amazing job. So thank you for your leadership, for everything that you do, and for your friendship to COABE as well. We love having you on our team and working with you, and I know Sharon appreciates you from that end. So just wrap up. Is there anything else? If we wanted to get more information on NASDAQ and the great things that are happening, how will we go about doing that?
Well, we have a website. It's just www.nasday.org. But certainly feel free to contact me at any time. I love to hear from everyone out in the field. I do an open adult education policy and issues forum on Thursday afternoons. It's actually the third Thursday of the month at 3 p.m. usually. Occasionally we have to change the date, but that's a regular. If you're interested and not on my distribution list, just contact me, P. Tyler at nasday.org, and be glad to have more participation here from the field.
Well, we love the work that you're and the commitment that you're doing. It's just filled with passion, and your expertise and knowledge is so important to everyone in the field. And I know that in speaking on behalf of COABE and the people that are doing this work, thank you for everything that you do. And thanks for jumping on today. It's been great seeing you. Hopefully I'll get to see you in person soon.
Yeah, good to see you too, Jeff.
All right, we're back at the Command Center. Thank you, Pat Tyler from NASDAQ, doing a great job. We're looking forward to continuing the discussion at 1 o'clock. We'll be up with Stephen Struer, who is going to be talking to us about correctional education, and can't wait for that to come up. And we'll probably be closing down today after that, and the rest of the day we'll be doing meetings and all that good stuff that goes along with advocacy work. So we'll stay tuned, hang in there for about 13 minutes. We're going to have Steve on shortly, and then we'll give you a wrap, and then what's coming up for tomorrow important. We'll see you in a minute or two. We are back here at the Command Center in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, actually the home of our country, where the Declaration of Independence was signed. And I'm excited to be here. We have one or two more interviews coming up, and then we're going to be closing out for the day. But we're celebrating Adult Education and Family Literacy Week, and this has been hosted by the Coalition on Adult Basic Education. Really excited about all of the great people that were on. Big, huge shout out to Pat Tyler from NASDAQ. Pat, thank you for taking some time to getting on today, and a great job during your workshop today. Got to catch some of that a little bit with Jeff Arnott and Sharon Bonney. Pretty awesome. So the next guest that we have, I have to be honest when I tell you that I'm really looking forward to a discussion to learn a little bit more about their programming and the great work that they're doing. But our next guest is Luis Sanchez. He's from Harris County Department of Education in Texas. Texas has been rocking it. They've been all over the place recently with just all the adult education stuff, and we were blessed to have Luis Sanchez with us. How are you?
I'm doing good. How are you doing?
I'm doing great. So, a lot of questions, but why don't you tell us a little bit about what you do out in Harris County Department of Education?
Sure will. So my name is Luis Sanchez. I'm the program coordinator here with Harris County Department of Education. We're one of the, if not one of the largest counties in the nation, and we mainly serve students here in Houston, Texas. And a little bit of what I do manage the marketing, the social media. I guess you can say the fun stuff of the job.
That is the fun stuff.
I also do manage a program in which is called the Career Empowerment Program. It is a new initiative in where we help our students basically get employment. So whenever a student finishes either their GED or have completed one of our other programs that we have, we help them with that next step in getting them employment with different employers, partnerships, and different collaborations that we have going on. So that's a little bit of what I have as my duties.
Yeah, how important is that? Just that, honestly, the collaboration and putting all those pieces together and helping students do that is so brutally important. First, how long have you been doing this work?
So actually, I was in the government industry. So I work with the city, about city of Baytown. I'm not sure if you're familiar with city of Baytown, Texas. But after that, my dream was always my career, aspirations were always to be in education. So I moved from that into this role that I have now, and actually been doing it for about a year now. So I am fairly new to the field, but honestly, I feel like I've known it forever because
Wow.
when I really look at it, when I first started my career in college, trying to prepare myself, what I want to do, for the rest of my life, I guess you could say, is it always came back to education, either yeah, kinder to 12th grade, or some type of education. But I landed here at the adult education, and I've loved every single day. I learned something new every day. There's so many students that need that assistance, that push, motivation, and that's what I'm here for, and that's why I love doing what I do now with adult education.
That is just awesome. That's great stuff. So I got to ask you, we don't ask this question enough, but we need to ask the people working in the field from their perspective. We don't often see from the teacher's perspective what the challenges are that our students face. So share with us a little bit. What are you seeing are some of the biggest challenges facing our students?
Though this is probably a
I know
question that
we only have
can.
we only have a day or two, so there's a lot.
Exactly, no, but I definitely agree. Our students do go through many different challenges, either on a day by day basis or whenever, let's say, for example, we have a student that either didn't fulfill by graduating, through high school and stuff like that, or even, dropped off from middle school. And those stories that you hear, that either may have gone through a path where it didn't take them to where they want to be, and now at the in the current present they come to us and they state these stories, these different things that they've gone through, and the challenges that they go through. You really don't, I guess you can say, really see it until they actually share the different stories that they have going on. So
Yeah.
it's very
And
important
they're
to.
pretty basic things too. I mean, they're complicated, but things like childcare and transportation and
Yep.
things that a lot of us take for granted. Even internet access. Gosh, they may have a computer and you give them a computer, but they don't have access at home, right? Or broadband, and then it's like, whoa, what do I do now? Yeah, some of the really basic things that it takes people that are close to the community and that can actually see those challenges to understand them better.
And I like how you brought that up because we actually do have those resources available to our students here. We have multiple organizations that donated hotspots for our students. They donated laptops for our students. And now we're actually going to be, this is actually pretty big news. We're actually going to be opening up a new building where we're going to have
Nice.
study rooms. We're going to have computer labs, all of this available to those that are needing that extra help, the extra push, because like you say, a lot of our students don't have access to internet, to technology, and so on and so forth. But definitely a lot of different challenges that our students do go through on an everyday basis.
Yeah, that is just super good and really so important to kind of just to understand and get a handle on. What's the favorite part of your job? Like, what do you love to do best in the work that you do?
Oh, honestly, I can name so many, but
Okay.
I know what I love to do. So right now, I am in charge of our social media. So that interaction, even just seeing somebody like our post from our different programs that we offer, or even me sharing the success stories of our students, definitely sharing those on social media. That's one of the things that I do, but I love to do that on an everyday basis, just sharing the success stories, coming from like even for example a student that first started in our program, they had no idea, what they were going to be doing. They had no idea how this program will help them. So coming to now in the present, few either months, weeks, a year later, that student went from not knowing what they were planning to do to maybe now, getting employment or even becoming completing their GED, or just being somewhere where they didn't see themselves a year ago, and now they're way above beyond that.
Yeah.
So
It's
sharing
crazy to watch
those
it,
stories.
right? To see it happen.
Yep,
So I got a
definitely.
challenge for you, Luis. The challenge I have for you is send me some of those. Like, I want to see some of those stories. I mean, those are the stories that are impactful as we talk about legislation and advocacy. And the more you can share out those stories on social media and tell the stories of your students, and your teachers as well, the more people in the community and legislators across the country are going to get it. They're going to see, wow, like, I can't believe that changed that person's life and their family. And so we're here for Adult Education and Family Literacy Week this week. We're celebrating it, and I believe it should be a holiday 52 weeks a year, but we'll take it for now that we're going to recognize it for 1 week. But I'm curious if you had a message for other people that are your colleagues, people that are doing this work. What would you want to tell them across the country?
Oh man, honestly, thank you. I mean, I don't think people say that often, but thank you for what you do. I know you feel, or sometimes you may feel that the things that you do on an everyday basis with education, it goes unnoticed. But honestly, it does not, because whenever there's how do you say it, a phrase that I like to say, where basically actions speak greater than words, or is that how the saying goes?
Yeah,
That's
louder than
that's
words. Yeah.
there you go. So that saying, comes to what we do, because uh, a lot of our our actions that we do on everyday basis is working with the students. So being there for the students, and then the students sharing what they actually accomplished with the assistance of our nationwide teachers. It shows. So the actions that we have with that we do with our teachers, to our students, it shows. So the actions, speak louder than words.
I love it. I love that is great thing to remember, for everybody, not just in adult education but across the world. Just actions do speak louder than words for sure. What do you see in the future? Like, what is something that you'd like to see happen that maybe doesn't happen right now that you think we have that's within our reach that we really could or should be doing going forward?
I think for sure. I know there's a lot of course, organizations that have different resources available to the community, but maybe even kind of either do a partnership with multiple organizations, or not just doing a partnership, but maybe those services that the students need, which is like we mentioned earlier, internet, healthcare, or even food. If we can possibly be a one-stop shop for all the different resources that our student may need. So I know definitely that would be very, very helpful, very convenient to the students, and it'll just come a long way because like I say, we're not just gonna be like, here, you go to this organization for this assistance, or here, go to this other organization for this assistance. And of course, uh, that's very helpful to them as well. But also, having a one-stop shop would definitely help, with the students and the assistance they may need.
That is just
Our
super great
partnership.
advice. That is
Mhm.
really great advice. And I think, there's a lot of sayings. You've been good with sayings today, but it takes a village, right? And
There you
it's
go.
not just the educators and teachers, but it's also all the other supports that go around with it to keep our students moving forward and getting over some of those hurdles that are out there. What's in store for Luis? Where would you like to be in 5 years from now?
Oh man, I really would love to be the hopefully, if anything, just be having a adult education center where the new initiative that I just started, the one that I mentioned earlier, the career empowerment program, be kind of like its own self, either available to the whole public, available to the students, have that available to anybody that needs that type of assistance, either employment, or if they need those other resources like we've been mentioning earlier, the different resources that may need, kind of like a one-stop shop.
I
That's
love
why I
it.
mentioned that earlier, because that's truly what I envision myself doing in the next 5 years,
That
having
is
that available to everybody.
Wow, that is just great. Yeah, Louise, keep up the great work, and feel free send them to CoApe. You could send us your videos, your posts, and make sure you're on the coape.org website. We'd be glad to share them out, and keep us posted on your program. I'd love to see what happens going forward, and stay in touch with us. Louise, you're the reason we do the work we do, and we know that our students are in good hands with people doing the work from the instructional level, and from the oversight level, in social media and getting it out there. I do think the most important thing that could ever be done in an adult literacy agency, above teaching, teaching's number one, but second would be sharing their stories. And you seem to be the conduit to that, and we appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. And actually, I would love to share our social media that we have for our organization.
Go for it.
The tagline is for Facebook and Instagram. It is HCDE, Adult Education. And then for Twitter, it is HCDE, Adult Ed. So kind of like the same thing, except with the Shion at the end. And then our website, we update our website every day with the new resources that we may have coming in. Our website is www.hcd-texas.org
Love
forward
it.
slash adult ed. So
Super.
those are our website and our social media taglines. So definitely follow us. If you have any questions regarding our programs, we have everything on our website as well. And like I mentioned, I am in charge of the social media. So everything you see on the website, you also see on social media. So
Wow.
thank you.
That is just awesome. So it's hashtag HCTE Adult Education, correct? That's the
Yeah.
Twitter handle.
ACD, D
AC
as in dog.
D as in dog. Okay, ACDE, Adult Education. I love it. Yeah, keep us posted on how things are going out there, and we love to continue to share some great stories as you progress and as your students move through their program. Thank you so much for all you do. This is it's been a great week, but it's hearing from people that are that's most important, because you are the frontline workers. You're the ones working with the students and really pushing out the great programming that's happening across the country. So we appreciate you very much, and we look forward to hearing more about your program and using it as a national model. Hopefully someday. You got something else to look for, right?
Yes, definitely.
There you go.
Thank you so much.
Luis Sanchez joining us today from Houston. Thank you so much, Luis. We'll talk to you soon. And we're going to be, we're going to hang in there for another minute where we may have one more guest on today. But if not, we'll be closing it out shortly. And we're looking forward to tomorrow. So tomorrow's Friday. We have another really packed day of events on Friday. It'll be the last day of Adult Education and Family Literacy Week for us, but in particular, there's two things that should be on your radar screen. One is at 11 o'clock, Student Success Panel will be on, and check that out. And also Fab Friday with our fellows, and that will either be on Facebook Live or we'll get a link out through the COABE website. So check it out. You can go on to www.coabe.org. And you'll see a list of all the activities and things going on for tomorrow. So I hope that you'll take some time to join us tomorrow. And we're gonna we're just gonna close out now, I guess. And we were waiting for Steve. We'll try and get Steve Stroher on tomorrow, maybe. He may have gotten tied up, but it was great being here today. It's been an awesome, fantastic week. Thank you for everybody that's sharing. Keep the feeds going. If you have any other videos you'd like to share, you want us to pump out tomorrow, please send them to us. Send them to COABE so that we can make sure they get out. If you really want to make sure that they get to the right person, if you get it to Michelle, it's Michelle, Michelle, Chiles, Chiles at coabe.org. Michelle is amazing. She will definitely get it to me and make sure that it gets on my radar screen. So thank you everybody for being with us, and we'll see you tomorrow. So have a good night. Take care, everybody.
30 seconds and counting. Astronauts report it feels good. T-minus 25 seconds. 20 seconds and counting. T-minus 15 seconds. Guidance is internal. 12, 11, 10, 9. Ignition sequence start. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. All engine running. Liftoff. We have a liftoff.
Welcome to Adult Education.